competitions.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That's ball.
Catch, throw, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and Now 365, amplifying brands in the UK.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to the final day of the first round of fixtures of the new county championship season. Division 2 is the fixture for this one, Middlesex against Gloucestershire, and overall, this is a very happy managing director of cricket next to me, Alan Coleman. Middlesex very much on top going into this final day, but of course, there's always the chance of a twist and a turn. We'll be talking through all of that on the live stream in association with Daffabet in a little while, but before we get to any of it and the thoughts of Alan, let's take a look at those Day 3 highlights. Right up there and onto the spot. First ball to Bracey. Familiar figure. That's nice. A little fuller from Higgins and a flow from Hammond. Oh, that's nice. Shot of the day probably for Bracey. He's on to 13. Oh, that's a great shot. Good response from Hammond. That little use of the feet. Just found the angle. It's away fine. There's nobody back there. Backward square leg alongside the umpire. Just gets away. Fine with the backward point and a boundary. Now he's stuck at that task, and there's the celebration, there's the delight to pick up Bracey. Higgins holding on, and Middlesex do have that fifth wicket. A fourth for Roland Jones. Up in the air, gone. Taken at mid-on, Javier Sharma and Hammond. Aggressive to Gohar in the last over. Up in the air, but safe. Sharma's heading back. Pitches and rolls, that one. I wondered whether it would pitch and plug.
Hasn't really baked it to give it that pace that it might have.
Leg side and punished. Swept fine. On the bottom part of the... Up in the air. Gone! Sharma holds on at mid-off. Miles, who just cleared the mid-off earlier, this time he picks him out. Oh, nice little shot. Alleviates a bit of pressure. Edged. Oh, when it gets out of the glove. Fingertips. And another one goes. Again, mid-off. Well, the chop on from Van Buren. Gohar has a third, crucially. In the last over before lunch, Middlesex have a ninth.
Clipped away again. 2 straight there from Morgan. And that new ball.
Behind it, pushes it back. And that is that on this occasion. And that might just do it. Lifted to short leg. Comfortable catch finishes it. Shake of the head from Bell. Is that at himself or is that at the umpire? That's the way to do it. Off stump taken out of the ground. Morgan with a punch of the air. He's bowled well in this game. That's his big reward so far. Can't protect that one. A little bit of width. Bisects cover and point. Lovely shot. Flowing the bat through the offside. Glorious cover drive for Phillips. His first boundary.
Shot.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it? And something in it for the spinners. Oh, it's a fine shot. I didn't realise it.
It's one of the things that's been really noticeable about Zeph is how little his action changes.
Lovely shot that. Really good from Phillips. 50 up as well for Gloucestershire. Blocked out to end the session. That is the end of the afternoon session on the third day. Rory Coots, thanks very much. But a wicket could bring 2 and then all of a sudden the pressure shifts heavily back onto the visitors, as it has done on a number of occasions in this match now, since they won the toss on that first morning. It's a nice steer. Down to the vacant deep third and a boundary for Phillips. Cracking shot. Phillips on 34. There's the breakthrough. Morgan slips one down the slope. And through the gate it goes. Wow. Down the ground it goes. Just the one bounce. And another play on. Another wicket for Roland Jones. Another shake of the head for a Gloucestershire batter. Shoveled away through square leg. Pace off again. Kicked away. And that is the end of day 3. Another good one for Middlesex. 120 for 3. 109 behind Gloucestershire as they follow on. Lords, those are the highlights from the third day. Myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the commentary. This one's delighted to say Alan Coleman alongside me here on the live stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. And yeah, pretty happy Middlesex. Good morning, Coley. Didn't have a chance to say good morning to you earlier. Pretty happy Middlesex over the first 3 days. Hoping to be a very happy Middlesex by the close of play today.
Yeah, most certainly. Good morning to everyone who's tuning in. Yeah, you often assess 4-day games of cricket as to which team has won the most sessions, and Middlesex will probably stake claim to say that they've won pretty much all 9 of the sessions that have led into day 4 here. You see Toby Roland Jones on screen. He's been outstanding with the ball. Middlesex members and fans come to expect that level of performance from the veteran seamer that Toby now is, but hopefully Middlesex will be able to use the conditions well this morning, put some pressure on this Gloucestershire top order. Hammond on 17 has soaked up 71 balls for that. Price 13 off 50. with Gloucestershire still trailing by 109 to ensure that Middlesex have to bat again. So lots to watch today, lots going on, and hopefully a really, really good day of cricket, with Middlesex hoping to come out on top, having dominated the first 3 days of play.
So Roland Jones it is, slipping a gully. Tightly knit field there. 24 overs to the second new ball. What can be done by both in between? We're about to find out. That'll be Gloucestershire's first target when it try to get to that second new ball for Hammond and Price. Price falling that second evening. You could see the determination yesterday evening that history wasn't going to repeat itself for Price.
It will, and obviously the bid in play here is that Gloucestershire's over rate is currently -2. I spoke to Don Shelley, the Middlesex scorer, last night, and he wasn't actually sure if Gloucestershire had got past that 8-hour cut-off, which means that the over rate penalties would kick in. So there's another bit of play here, and we'll try and find out whether Gloucestershire have bowled enough overs or not for the over rate penalty to count. It has been an attritional bowling performance across both innings from Middlesex here. That economy rate just at 2.14 so far.
Shuffle there from Hammond to push that one into the covers.
Still says Sharma in the bottom right hand of the screen there, but we can confirm that he's certainly Toby Roland Jones running into bowl there. Probably a sight of relief for Middlesex members and supporters every year when Roland Jones comes in, steam in from the pavilion end and takes some wickets.
And directors of cricket. Yeah, he looks in good shape, Roland Jones, which is good to see for Middlesex and good to see for him, because again, we always talk about that middle period of his career when he was cruelly robbed of an international career, a tour down under that followed. It was that winter, wasn't it? It was down to Australia after the South Africa Test series.
Weird how those things play out. Probably a few moments in Toby's career that means he is still playing at the moment. Just pushed back down the ground from Hammond there. You see Hammond shuffling down the wicket to Roland Jones. But yeah, Toby started late, obviously came from the university game, so wasn't... we've seen Seb Morgan and Navia Sharma here at 18 and 20 years old playing in this game for Middlesex as bowlers. Toby's professional career started a bit later. Then obviously, as you said, has that period of, during his golden period, his peak years, where he did suffer some injuries as well. Probably both of those things combined mean that Middlesex fans and us, and we all, still get to enjoy Toby Roland Jones running into bowl. Here's Middlesex's other experienced bowler in their seam quartet, Ryan Higgins. Incredibly economical, as you can see in the bottom right of your screen there. 8 overs, none for 6 so far. Obviously started his career at Middlesex, travelled down the M4 to Bristol. Very successful period for Gloucestershire before he returned up the M4 and rejoined Middlesex a few years ago now.
Couple of slips for Higgins. Gully, just the one for Roland Jones.
And you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen there, Middlesex have bowled 57.2 overs with this ball. New ball will be due at 80 overs, so that should come probably just before lunch, you would think. That'll make an interesting passage of play through the morning session.
I think this is the first time in the match that we've seen Higgins and Roland Jones start a session together. Short, sharp spell over to Zaffa, get it through to the second new ball, and then maybe Higgins and Roland Jones go again with the second new ball in the follow-on.
Yeah, I can. Not knowing the tactics, haven't spoken to Lewis Dupoy and Peter Fulton about that this morning, but I can envisage that Zafar Gohar will follow Higgins here. Rotation of the younger seamers at the other end. But that said, Higgins takes a couple of wickets and he'll want a longer spell himself. So I'm sure Lewis Dupoy's got plenty of plans lined up in his head for him to work through this morning session.
Fine. It's a long chase that for Sharma, right into the corner down below the Warner. They'll get a couple. They'll get through. One, two, three, four, three.
See Higgins here to Hammond, first go at the left-hander today, round the wicket. He's going to come in past umpire Chantry.
The over, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Haven't napped with anyone overnight. What was the reflection on how the ball played yesterday, the pitch played? As we said, it felt like the first day and a half was the juiciest in terms of the surface, which again, if you look at the scorecard, that makes no sense whatsoever. But if you've been here at the ground watching it all, or on the stream watching it all, I think that's fair to say.
I think it's a very fair assumption, yeah. The pitch, obviously, a bit more moisture on day one, dries out as you play on it. It's been exposed to the breeze. We've had a lot of breeze in the last couple of days blowing across the ground. And the pitch is certainly on the slower side, as we say, as you would expect in early season conditions. So from that perspective, I think you're right. Middlesex had the harder conditions to bat in terms of ball movement. But it showed here for Gloucestershire that with the lack of pace onto the bat, it's been quite hard to score with a run rate of just a touch over 2.1.
It back in. A word to follow as well from Roland Jones. There we go. Not quite so windy today. Storm Dave has had its way and gone on.
It didn't. It certainly had its way up at Chester Street, didn't it? You see any of those pictures across the day yesterday and overnight. Covers in the stands and a wet pitch.
Of advertising boards blown over down below us yesterday here. Yeah, yesterday evening it looked like a couple of metal railings section places off with as well. They were blown over out the back. Storm Dave. Sounds like an Only Fools and Horses sketch or so. It's like I've given up. Storm David, sure.
What would Storm Kevin be like? What would characteristics of Storm Kevin be?
Thank you, producer Dan at the back. Gassy and windy, apparently. Lots of hot air being blown. Is that where you're going? What's the chat? Plenty of it. The old skipper and the new skipper. He's been on the spot. And he's not been short of word for price in the over either. 1, 2, 3 for 3. Or the maiden. Both maidens. 2 from the pavilion end so far this morning.
Another miserly start from Middlesex. 3 runs from the 3 overs. And all coming off that one delivery from Higgins to Price, where he drifted just down the leg side and was clipped up towards the Warner. But there's Lords looking beautiful in the sunshine. Not as warm as it looks, Lords, this morning, I didn't think, but it looks a picture, as it always does. As we said in the previous over, Higgins round the wicket here to Hammond, and you can see the split. You call this a split field, so 5 fielders on the offside, 4 on the leg side, mid wicket and extra cover, pretty straight mid off, which is captain deploy there in the bottom right of the screen, and mid on, 2 fielders back either side, deep square leg and deep cover.
Should be a single. Right-handed, left-handed as well for Gloucestershire. I mean, they've got to have everything in their favour today, haven't they? They've got to try and give themselves every chance to save this, take it to that second new ball, take it to lunch. Somehow hope that... So again, it's first game of the season, but so you'd think, fresh legs. But equally, they won't fully be up to speed just yet, the bowlers, in terms of fully bowling season fit, especially the follow-on it. First game of the season.
Yeah, incredibly hard to prepare for 4 days of cricket, and Middlesex have been in the field now for just coming up to 2 days, really. It will be in the afternoon session, won't it? So very hard to prepare for standing on your feet for that long. And James Fleming, the head of athletic performance for Middlesex, sends through the distance covered. And yesterday, Navi Sharma covered 20,617 metres. So yeah, it just shows how hard these bowlers work. Seb Morgan at 18,000. Even Zafar Gohar as the spinner at 17,000 metres that they covered yesterday. Just clipped into Holden at mid-wicket. Just shows the line there that Higgins is trying to bowl, trying to target the stumps to the right-handed Ollie Price. Holden's been in the game there so far a couple of times this morning.
60 done, 20 to the second new ball becoming available, 124 for 4. And yeah, the reason we were touching on that was that will be part of Gloucestershire's mindset. What milestones can you get to? That second new ball lunch, getting the overs into the legs in the afternoon, try and tire Middlesex, get to tea. If they could get to tea, they'll be close. I don't think they'll quite have enough to be safe at tea. But then, of course, it could completely swing the other way if they get that far. Who knows? That's cricket. But that's what they've got to think about. Tea at a minimum today, and they'll have to go through small targets in between, which includes this right-handed, left-handed, rotating the strike, not letting the bowlers settle at them. Roland Jones, 2 maidens to begin with, but this is first look at Hammond of the final day.
It's a very good point there you make about the run rate. The run rate's hovering just over 2 at the moment, and the game's really run at about 2.5 when Gloucestershire have been batting. It'll be roughly 30 overs a session leading into tea, so let's assume 60 overs from this point, at 2.5 and over. That only just gets Gloucestershire past Middlesex's lead as it stands. Oh, there we go. Talking bowlers working hard. Tim Murtagh there on the bike yesterday. We'll probably go back to that image, but that's the bar graph of Middlesex's distance ran yesterday. You can see pretty much all of them over 10,000 metres. So even though Sam Robson, stands mainly in the slip cordon or as a close catcher, has done over 10,000 metres as a fielder. And you bear in mind, as I said, this is Middlesex's sort of second day in the field, as it were. So incredibly fit, but that's going back to Kevin's point, that's the training obviously helps to contribute towards this, but there's not much like standing out in the field all day.
Toby clearly with the shortened run-up nowadays as well, not top of that man Hassan. He'd have been the shard in that Manhattan in days gone by, wouldn't he? He'd have been right up there, off the top of the screen. Poor old Toby. I never used to say a word about his run-up, it was everybody else.
And there's Lance Armstrong, second on the left there.
Rotations of the pedals, do you think they were yesterday too, maybe, before he got off again?
I think you had Ian Salisbury up here talking about Tim Murtagh's diet challenges of now being a coach, and there he is. That in the background there, that's the new back room at Lord's. They've taken out the baths. There's a bit of a gym situation in there at the moment, and there's Tim Murtagh putting in the extra yards yesterday during the day.
Lovely open face from Hammonds. How disappointed will Middlesex be though in seeing them going for that? They've got the 2 close catches in front of the bat.
Just a drive there behind square from Hammond. 3 more to the Gloucestershire total. 7 runs scored so far this morning from Gloucestershire. But we saw in the first innings, Bracey was sort of pulled into a shot outside of his off stump, which was caught very well by Ryan Higgins at gully. So Middlesex won't be too upset to see him playing out there. Photographer Ray there capturing all of the images.
What's the morning munch down at the bottom there? Sausage sandwich from somewhere? What's the go-to in the morning for the players? Is there breakfast here, breakfast at home?
Yeah, breakfast in the changing room from 8:30 in the morning for the players.
Eggs, avocado.
All pretty healthy stuff. Bit of toast and bagels, scrambled eggs or poached eggs. Occasionally a grilled mushroom or grilled tomato. If they've been well behaved, they might slide a hash brown on there.
Coach is allowed to dip their toes?
Most certainly. And directors of cricket.
I'm feeling like we need to extend our coverage to some morning interviews need to be carried out in the dressing room as well.
You're not here early enough for that, Kev, by all accounts. Been a bit of a running joke this week about Kevin's arrival times. I think he's trying to now prove a point by arriving slightly earlier. But the consummate professional that you are means that you always deliver.
Yeah, I've got a cold sweat on about next Friday morning. It's not quite going to be the same as the Good Friday driving.
Shorter delivery there from Higgins. See, Middlesex used that pretty well. Final wicket yesterday was a short one, wasn't it, of the first innings?
So outside the line of off.
Slightly bemused look on Ryan Higgins' face there. We'll see on the replay how close it really was. Round the wicket to the left-handed Hammond. Oh, always a chance of being hit outside the line. That's perhaps the bit that's saved him there. It does look very, very tight.
Actually, the first angle looks pretty good. Second one, you can see benefit of doubt, but the first one, actually, the pad wasn't as far across as I first thought. The 62nd, 127 for 3.
Yeah, another look. Both angles presented it slightly differently. From front on. Oh, it's just nipping back. And I think the thing that may be deceiving us a little bit from this angle is after it hits Hammond, his leg seems to sort of straighten, so takes it back towards the stump, and perhaps that moment of impact just caused enough doubt. Maybe a touch of inside edge as well. Enough doubt though for Jack Chantry, umpire at the nursery end, to say no.
Yeah, the inside edge there is just in between frames, it looks like, but it seems like the trajectory of the ball seems to change slightly in between those frames, so enough doubt there all round, I think. So in the first instance it was. As a batter, you'd be feeling a little bit unlucky. As a bowler, you're praying for it.
But encouragement for Middlesex, the first time really that Middlesex have been past the bat either outside or inside edge this morning. So encouragement for the experienced team duo.
Yeah, this is a ball into its 63rd over now, isn't it? Looks pretty good, healthy though on one side. Done a good job. Keeping it shined. It's more League Two than Premier League, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, push back down the ground. Ryan Higgins not known for his football skills or his love of football, let's put it that way.
Well, Roland Jones would say that was the perfect number 10 flick through for the number 9 who's tripped over his own feet.
Some mistimed drive there from Ollie Price. Again, Middlesex won't be unhappy seeing Gloucestershire driving at these balls. Here we saw Hammond drive at a previous one from Roland Jones. It was pretty well controlled and went behind square, but that will hopefully give Middlesex some encouragement that Gloucestershire aren't just here to defend and they are looking to play some shots.
Dots finish. Another maiden for Roland Jones. That 3 out of 4 this morning now, maidens. 27 for 3. Must be thinking about giving him a blow. 17 overs to the second new ball. Higgins will go on at the nursery end, as you can see. But with that thought of Gohar having a good go, maybe 8 overs from this end after this one. Then 8 at the top, 4 each for the youngsters. We'll see. It's lined up on the field, lined up already this morning, the newspaper. Breakfast. So it's no use asking you about the outlets around the ground for breakfast then. That's all looked after in the dressing room.
Yeah, players and staff always incredibly well looked after at Lord's. But the hot dog stand behind the media centre looks quite nice actually. Just a leg by there into square leg. Higgins just drifting straight. Hammond missing out on his clip. A thick bit of pad as it ran away for a single.
Bruce picked up a little bit. Tailwind. The ascent anyway. This man's running into it though, Higgins.
little bit of a fake throw there. There's been a rule change obviously a couple of years ago now that deters bowlers from throwing the ball back towards the batter unless there's a genuine chance of a run out. Higgins obviously feigning to throw there, and interestingly in the Derbyshire game yesterday, Shoaib Bashir was penalised 5 penalty runs for what they call fake fielding.
28 for 3.
So Bashir apparently, as I read, chasing a ball down towards the boundary, fielder closer to the boundary picks it up, and Bashir feigns to throw the ball in to try and deceive the batters from running a second run. Batters ran 2, umpires picked up on it and gave 5 penalty runs. Middlesex balcony there. One of the only parts of the ground at the moment that's in the shade, unfortunately.
What's the coach's approach in a situation like today? New coach in place, obviously, so new ideas, new thoughts, new approach, I assume.
Yeah, it would be, and they all have a slightly different style. So Richard Johnson, the head coach at this time last season, worked very well in the changing room with the guys and would send messages down through the 12th man at times. Dane Villas, who came in as interim, was quite visible. And what I mean by visible is he would actually go down on the boundary rope and want to speak to the fielders who were close by and share his thoughts and ideas. Peter Fulton and Lewis Deploy, the captain, speak a lot before. Haven't seen Fulton sort of down passing messages on, but obviously bowling coaches, all the coaches with the bowling background, Tim Murtagh and Ian Salisbury, will also be working individually with their bowlers to develop these plans.
It's a work in progress as well for Peter Fulton, because he's got to judge the characters as well to find his own balance, hasn't he? To know when and how much to have an input.
Yeah, and Middlesex has got a real range of bowling attack here. It's nearly 20 years difference, isn't there, between the man on your screen, Toby Rowland-Jones, and Seb Morgan. So it's a different level of information that perhaps needs to be given. You won't want to overload the young 18-year-old with too much information, so ensure that he gets the right nuggets of information to work from. Rowland-Jones probably a bit more self-sufficient. We'll look at the video packages that are put forward before the game and the statistical and data analysis that is done on each opponent that Middlesex will play through the season, and he'll formulate his ways that he's going to pick up his wickets and discuss those with bowling coach Tim Murtagh.
See Rowland-Jones around the wicket, offering that one up there on the drive, very full length. I think it's Lewis Deploy working on the ball at the moment. He'll return to a short extra cover. You've got a short cover, the cover point, backward point. I'll try and entice Hammond into the drive. Gully's quite close in there as well, Robson. There you can see the triangle almost. Square of the wicket. 128 for 3.
It's one of the things I really like watching about Duploy's captaincy is he's very proactive with his field. He's not content just to let the game drift. You saw there. Found a way, even in a period where it doesn't look like the ball's doing a huge amount, to have an opportunity to have 4 catches on the offside in a variety of positions.
Have you seen how good the stream is this year, dear? Just realised she's on the stream, checking the hair. Deploy himself at leg slip at the moment, isn't it? To orchestrate now, he's pointing away. He's pointing to somebody somewhere.
It's a position we've seen deployed a little bit more in the game. And by the game I mean not only by Middlesex. With the Kookaburra ball was introduced, teams trying to find different ways of getting wickets. I remember Stuart Broad when he played for Nottinghamshire here all those years ago, deploying a leg slip.
Trying to go at Max with it. Seems to remember Max Holder. What's the thought here for the leg slip and the slip for deploy?
I think what he's hoping here is that Higgins is going to drag Ollie Price, and with the slope as well, that Price is going to get dragged towards the offside, and then if Higgins goes with a straighter ball, that Price may overbalance and clip it straight into Deploy's hand. That would be part of the plan.
Shape in again. Just the single.
And the other part of the plan, the reverse part of that plan, is Price will be aware that the fielder is there, so we'll be trying to keep his weight going back down the pitch towards the bowler, and therefore may not get into a ball that's outside off stump as much. So a bit of cat and mouse that position creates between batter and bowler. Rolling stop by Holden there. I'm not sure we can call it a diving stop, but a rolling stop. Middlesex been pretty decent in the field, you would say. Obviously missed out on the chance De Cares at slip last night, which is a difficult catch with the wicketkeeper standing up. But in the main, ground fielding's been pretty good.
Deep square back, long leg. Short. Oh, what do you call him? Mid-off. They're advanced mid-off with a wide extra cover. Let's push to that wide cover. Owen Jones to end the over. 66 done. 129 for 3. You touched on it yesterday or the day before actually about the ground feeling. It wasn't something I particularly detected, but obviously something of a talking point that either yourself or Middlesex in general felt needed to be sharpened up.
Yeah, definitely an area that has been identified by the coaching group and the players as an area that the team want to be better in. Not necessarily being a bad fielding team, but it is something you can control. It is a skill that everyone can practice, and it's the only skill that you do as a whole team in cricket, so therefore it's something you want to be good at. And there's been a conscious effort. Josh Knappett, the former Worcestershire wicketkeeper, works hard on the fielding, well supported by the other coaches. There's been a conscious effort to try and improve the fielding, not only as a team and a group and the energy that the team have in the field, but also technically, the technical skills, how the players dive and how they throw the ball, to try and increase the performance in the field.
Seb Morgan, 2 for 31. He's going to replace the man on the left, Roland Jones. Word with the skipper, Lewis Deploy on his right. Or Lee Wright on his left. Just working out the leg side field for Price, the right-hander on strike. So pavilion end for Morgan, and we're expecting that Gohar will be into the attack sooner rather than later at the nursery end.
And Morgan, the man who got the wickets column started in this innings, bowled Cameron Bancroft for a duck. 8 balls into the Australian overseas innings. Middlesex hoping for more of the same from the 18-year-old seamer.
Something caused Price to pull away a moment ago, but everybody happy again now. Actually, one of the things for a number of years for Middlesex in terms of the fielding was the slow over rate as much as anything, but that's something that I particularly feel like we've talked about much in the last couple of years. How's that been turned around?
Well, it's +2 on the board, I think, at the moment, and it certainly helps, first of all, to have a high-quality spinner. And Zafar, the better the spinner you have, the more phases that they can bowl in, so the less reliant you are on seam. I think there's been slightly less seam bowled at Lords.
A bit of late swing in there, watchfully driven back, and a good stop by Higgins. He saved certainly a couple there, but we're going to be encouraged by that movement through the air.
Yeah, there seemed to be a period, didn't there, around the COVID years, and probably before then, where the pitches were very seam friendly at Lords, and you know, seen many spells of Murtagh, Roland Jones, James Harris, Ethan Bamber exploiting those conditions. You can see here this pitch, even though it is very early in April, is played pretty well.
Roland Jones at mid-wicket. Really spotted position for him.
Yeah, clipped away for 2 there by Ollie Price. And yeah, generally the better the pitch is for batters, the more spin you're going to bowl. So that's definitely a conscious effort. I think the fact that Toby, as captain, was trying to manage his own bowling and manage the team as well probably took a bit longer. When you've got Duploy as captain, as a batter, his main focus is just the game, and he doesn't have to worry about his own primary skill in this phase. So that would definitely help. And then credit to, you know, wicketkeeper Joe Cracknell, who generally it's the wicketkeeper who's tasked with getting players round between the overs. And those things combined mean that the scoreboard has a green +2 on it at the moment.
A little something happening here, isn't it, Morgan? There's been a little bit more excitement in the last couple of deliveries. Movement through the air, that checked drive the previous delivery.
We saw in the first innings, umpire Chantry interested when Morgan was bowling in the danger area. Umpires obviously switch ends after both teams have batted once, and that's now umpire Ben Debenham who's keeping a close eye on it, and that will be because of the umpires know that Zafar Gohar is going to be bowling at the opposite end in the main. Zafar will be looking to target any kind of rough patch, any foothold that has developed. The closer that is to that danger area, the more favourable it is for the bowling team.
Going back to the fielding, it's probably, I mean, batting's changed a lot, hasn't it, with the advent of T20, but something that individuals and teams can very quickly turn around is fielding performances, something you can work on. Of all the skills and the disciplines, that's the one where natural talent, of course, comes into it as well, but hard work and coaching can really significantly improve fielding skills.
And there's an area that everyone can do. If you're not the most athletic, and you can become an incredible catcher, there is a place for you in a cricket team. Standing next to the wicketkeeper is a slip. If you have got an incredible throw, there's something there's a place for you in a cricket team. So you need a range of skills, and it is very much an attitude thing as well. Talk about fielding teams wanting to take wickets rather than just stop runs, and that attitude does promote more energy throughout the team.
Yeah, like I said, I hadn't particularly myself watching Middlesex picked up that there was a problem, or not that there was a problem, but that there was a significant improvement needed in the ground fielding. But over the years, things that have been noted. I know Morgan at one point was charged with somehow trying to help Middlesex with the over 8, try and make them more alert in the field when he'd come back from England duty and would have a stint in the side. That was almost his role. It was like, right, help us here during the day's play, find what's missing. And then Pete Hanscom similarly had what's the word I'm looking for? Not technique, tactic of how the ball was returned to the keeper and thrown quickly between 2 or 3 to keep everybody alert, keep the game moving.
Yeah, it definitely has been. The over 8 has been an issue for Middlesex in the past, not so much as we say of late.
But was the Hanscom thing even an over 8 issue? I know with Morgan it was almost an alertness, and yes, it was the over 8 as well, but Hanscom, it was just an approach, wasn't it? Am I right in saying that his motto is everything begins in the field? The intensity, the tone, everything begins in the field. Which is a bit tough for your batting first, but...
No, you have to agree, and it's in times like this the bowlers from Middlesex have worked incredibly hard, and they will be looking around the team for some inspiration from somebody in the field. And often it's easy when the bowlers are on a roll and they're picking up wickets for everyone to kind of drive the standard, but in these moments where the play's pretty slow, might just need a burst of energy from one of the batting group, from a Holden, a Robson or a De Caires, just to get everyone going again.
But we have seen this in this match, haven't we? There was that 35 over period we talked about, and then the wicket fell, didn't it? 1 in 35, but there was a similar couple, and obviously this partnership now, but I think there was another one as well in this innings where it was a long wait.
You see the slight change of plan here from Higgins. He's gone 2 short balls in a row. And Holden has been moved over from the offside. He's now sort of standing just behind square leg. So 3 fielders now in that square leg region. Holden just behind square, and Navia Sharma, it looks like, just a deep square leg in front, and then a fine leg as well, Ben Geddes.
Yeah, it was 1 wicket in 35 in that first innings, 1 wicket in 35 overs at one stage in the first innings. Then from the Bancroft dismissal to Phillips, it was a near 30 over wait. And this partnership now is its 27th, 28th over. So it's not unusual in this match, in this innings. Again, if you were to look at the scorecards from afar and saw 4-4-5 for 9 and 216 and 131 for 3. It's not the way that the game has played out, which is, again, the wonder of cricket, isn't it? It's never as straightforward as it looks.
No, another maiden there for Higgins as well. Gloucestershire 131 for 3 now from their 68 overs following on here. That run rate is now below 2, 1.93 and over.
bit more movement, I think, Morgan and Roland Jones was. That was late swing or just off the surface there.
He was described as by Andy Flower in the World Cup final commentary as a sort of a James Anderson style, wasn't he? Skips through the crease. It was pretty high praise from the former England head coach. And that's exactly what Anderson was able to do throughout his wonderful career, and still is now for Lancashire as well, which is just get that ball swinging both ways, inducing mistakes from the batter. Single for Price, down to fine leg. There we go. Rings are out. Umpire Debenham. So here there'll be one ring that they're that the ball shouldn't fit through, and one ring that it should fit through, and it looked like it passed through pretty comfortably. Higgins encouraging Ben Debenham to do the eyesight test there, I think, on the ball rather than the rings test. Just a delay here while Miles Hammond asks the MCC steward just to nudge the sight screens down the slope a touch. Morgan coming round the wicket for the first time here to Hammond. But they've left a gap between the screens, so I think they may have to go back and push those back together again. Yeah. Ollie Price just asking for the gap to be closed between. Oh, and there's another one appeared.
He'd have been no good at Tetris, that fellow, would he? How many MCC stewards does it take to get them all lined up? Umpire. Chuckle Brothers, to me, to you.
There we go, problem resolved. But you can actually, it was an interesting shot that, because you can see why it's so important they are together, because the gap behind is very, very dark. If those screens aren't quite together, it does affect the viewing for Miles Hammond or for Ollie Price, depending on which side. So
silly colour brick for the pavilion as well, wasn't it? What were they thinking?
Are you suggesting a render finish now and a repaint?
Magnolia's back in fashion now, isn't it?
There we go, a little bit of movement down the slope from Morgan. Spoken about that movement through the air. This one just a fraction away from Hammond, who just has a little fiddle outside the off stump. Ball goes through to keeper Cracknell, but no edge for the Middlesex young bowler.
Rare lapse from Hammond this morning. Studious approach for 107 deliveries in this innings.
You'll just see here another Morgan deploy tactic. Middlesex are almost employing 3 catching fielders in the extra cover region. So you can see them lined up on the screen almost diagonally when Deploy, who's returning the ball to Morgan, comes back.
You have to wonder after that last delivery whether you'd be tempted to take 1 second slip there. Almost offered the drive, so go on. Have another little dabble if you want. He's nicked it, he's gone. No need for the second slip, it's straight to the gloves of Cracknell. And Hammond departs, and Morgan's just got something going here at the pavilion end.
Well, my role here in theory is to summarise what's going to happen, but Kev, you predicted that beautifully before. Hammond, a lapse of concentration on ball 108. It's ball 110 of his innings here. Goes for the big drive and a thin snick through to wicketkeeper Cracknell. And a very well-earned wicket there from the Middlesex bowlers, who've been incredibly disciplined all morning. Delight for the men in the C-axes as Gloucester fall to 132 for 4.
Yep, brilliant resistance. Good 50 in the first innings. Big number of deliveries faced in this, but that'll feel like a hammer blow as Hammond falls. 132 for 4.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365, amplifying brands in the UK.
So fine resistance from Hammond, an hour of the final morning. So it was all the hard work he's put in the game. Price still there. Now Bracey is brought out. It was the fall of Hammond and Bracey yesterday that really started a bit of a clatter through to the close of that first innings for Gloucestershire. Price going the evening before. Let's have a look at those couple of deliveries where it just feels like Morgan's got something happening up at the pavilion end at the moment. He's just finding a little bit more out of the ball.
Yeah, so this is a couple of balls before here where Hammond, just that first lapse of concentration, just have a fiddle outside off stump. We had those 3 catchers that we spoke about in that area, and Hammond has seen that as an opportunity to try and drive the ball past them. You can see the delight from the Middlesex team there, that a plan well executed. As Middlesex take their 4th wicket and 11 overs till the new ball. Introduction of the left arm spin of Gohar now. To the left-right hand combination, Ollie Price on strike, and we did see, although the turn is slow, that Gohar has caused some problems.
He'll have 6 overs here to the second new ball. We'll have Price to look at. First up, his old mate, who got him, of course, in the first innings. Loosener from Gohar and to Price. Well, he's cashed in very nearly fully, but Roland Jones retrieves. They've got a couple.
Yeah, very much a loosener there from Gohar. Thigh high full toss, punched away for 2 runs. How many times have you seen those get wickets though in club cricket? Slip in place for Gohar, and Ben Geddes there at short leg. And then a pretty traditional field for the left arm spinner. Field change you can see here really close. Robson coming out of his mid-wicket position into silly point. Just increasing the pressure on the Gloucestershire right-hander Price.
On the scoreboard there, see overdone, 70 bowls, 34 for 4. Easter bank holiday Monday. Gentle crowd in again today, not bad though. It could have been, bearing in mind, final day, and should things have gone awry in this first hour for Gloucester, this could have all happened in a flash, so may have put 1 or 2 off, but I guess first game of the season there probably would have been a few that penciled today and as their day to get down to the cricket, but yeah, reasonable sprinkling in. Oh, he's gone. Well, I was wondering for a moment that Bracey may well get away with that, and what it means is it'll be a hat-trick ball for Seb Morgan next up.
Well, my initial instinct looking at it live was it might be a little bit high, or perhaps a little bit of angle. You see behind there where Joe Cracknell, the wicket-keeper, he got himself back into line, but just keep your eye on Cracknell here. Gives you an indication of where he thought that ball was going. But Ben Debenham thought it was straight enough. And Seb Morgan enjoyed that with Toby Rowland-Jones after a long chat that we saw on camera before he bowled that ball.
There's been a couple of close calls in this innings, I have to admit. I didn't think that one was going to go. But LBW to Morgan, a first baller for Bracey. And Gloucestershire 134 for 5. So, Morgan, 4 wickets in the innings now. Of course, that's rattled him along as well towards a potential 5 for, but a hat-trick ball is the first thoughts as Graham Van Buren makes his way down the pavilion steps.
Yeah, Gloucestershire right-hander in at number 7 here, facing Morgan's hat-trick ball. We've seen the shape that Morgan has been able to get away from the left-hander. That last one to Hammond, which induced the edge. That last one came back towards Bracey. I suspect this one from young Morgan will be pretty full, pretty straight, and challenging the stumps in that front pad.
Field will be interesting to see here how aggressive Deploy goes to support the youngster on this and put the pressure on Van Buren. I think he's a fella that handles pressure pretty well. Van Buren has seen it all before.
Yeah, Van Buren certainly won't be phased by this. But the man on the right of your screen there, Seb Morgan, will be incredibly excited, as will that balcony.
Yeah, they look it.
They're probably up on the balcony focusing quite hard. The Masters prediction game was launched in the change room this morning, so probably a bit of research being done up there as well.
I was about to say, heads down on the phones. 4 for 34 and a hat-trick ball for Morgan. He's got a couple of slips, a short leg, mid-wicket's not far away. Oh, and he's got a good one to serve up as well. It's well kept out by Van Buren's nipping back down the slope again. Whether it was late swing or off the surface. He wasn't a long way forward, Van Buren, but he keeps it out. That was
a smattering of applause from the Lord's crowd there, appreciating young Morgan's efforts. He's got it pretty much in the right place, angling back in down the slope to the right-handed Van Buren, who navigates it pretty safely. But I think fair to say Morgan's fast becoming a Middlesex member's favourite.
That's gone again, hasn't it? Just a little bit through the air on that, late as well, but Van Buren equal to it.
Plenty going on here. You see that swing into the right-hander. I don't know if we'll be able to see if that's a reverse swing or conventional swing, but he's definitely got that, definitely got the ball moving back in. Try and identify here the shiny side and the dull side. Bit hard to see whether it's conventional swing or reverse swing, but it's definitely threatening the Gloucestershire batters.
Good start by Cracknell. Yeah, as we said, you could just feel he's got something going here even before the hat-trick ball and the ball previous to it, but just got a bit of fizz about him at the pavilion end. He's bowled the majority of his time at the nursery in this match, but certainly his first couple of spells in the first Gloucestershire innings.
So at the moment it looks like he's holding it for an in-swinger. It looks like that's going to be passed into his right hand with the shiny side on the left as we look. So it does look like it's conventional swing. We've seen how hard Deploy, especially Kev picked it up on commentary earlier on, how hard Deploy has been working at this ball. So Middlesex able to get something out through the air. And there he is on cue, giving that ball a good polish. Obviously no saliva allowed on the ball anymore, so it is all sweat and hard work. This is a no waste.
34 for 5.
Yeah, and just identified there, just the Kev off mic, that he turned the ball around for this last one. And that was certainly an away swinger trying to lure Van Buren into playing outside off stump. Gohar starting his over here. I would say he would probably think he was a touch full in that first over. Probably a little too much half volley length. Although Price not driving, obviously, but needs to find a little bit more drop on the ball, give it a bit more time to turn. The Pakistani-born left-arm spinner just settling into his spell here. Both teams, both Middlesex and Gloucester, know what a threat his skills could be through as this day progresses. Full again from Gohar. Patted back down the pitch by Price. You really feel Price has got to anchor this innings now all the way through, don't you? He's got to be the man who remains not out. Soaked up 95 balls so far. Better length from Gohar. Just drag that one back half a yard. Price has gone back to that one. Very good length from Gohar. Saw the field change there. Holden went into like a silly mid-on position almost as well. So deploying Gohar, still not happy to settle, playing with the field. The Middlesex supporters in that group on screen there will be pleased with their morning session so far. 24 for 2, I believe Gloucestershire are this morning, having finished on 120 overnight. Oh, 14. My maths has let me down again.
Yeah, we're never doing that follow-on again on air. Oh, no, what's that taken?
Another big shout from the Middlesex cordon there. 14 for 2 it is this morning. They were hoping for 14 for 3, but that one just going down the leg side, as you'll see on this replay. We saw Van Buren often just sitting leg side of the ball, as he did in the first innings. That time umpire Debenham believes that that's missing leg stump.
Inside edge on this one.
Plenty going on in the field.
Oh, plenty of going on there. Where's that? Ah, it's the effects mic. Hungry work for... Apparently it's Mike affects Michael if it's a championship game. Affects Mike when it's T20. Camera and Greg getting bored on the gantry by the looks of it.
Not sure there's much boring out there at the moment, with young Morgan steaming in from the pavilion end, moving the ball both ways.
And squirts through. A little bit of width and punished. Van Buren off the mark.
Yeah, wide from Morgan, his first real miss in this spell, offering Van Buren a bit of width, and Gloucestershire number 7 never needs to be asked twice to score square of the wicket.
Morgan got 2 for 82 in the only innings of the drawn match at Old Trafford at the end of last season. Wicket in the first innings against Gloucestershire in the final game of the season here at Lord's. Nothing in the second, but he's 4 for 38 now. His best bowling past that. 2 for 82 at Old Trafford, and he picked up Jennings, bowled, and Jones caught Gohar for 33.
Tight leave there from Van Buren. 4 off the over. 138 for 5.
"45 minutes to lunch on the final day. 7 overs to the second new ball becoming available. All of a sudden the focus isn't quite so much on that second new ball, with Morgan somehow finding a little bit of fizz, whatever it is, just a little bit of extra pace. Tail up at the pavilion end. He's bowled nice. He bowled really economically from the nursery end, but just seems to be carrying a little bit more threat at the pavilion end. this spell, that is. I mean, in general, just in this spell, he's worked something up. So it's a little bit through the air for him, but Gohar now at the nursery end as well. It's not just get through to the second new ball for Middlesex. Both Gohar and Morgan are very much in the game.
Revisit of the first innings battle. Gohar won that one against Van Buren. Van Buren trying to cut a ball that was a little too close to him, chopped it on to his off stump. Middlesex hoping for more of the same in this period.
3 for 47 in the first dig for Gohar. Van Buren, Miles and Taylor helping that swift finish that Middlesex brought to the Gloucestershire innings. .52 for 4 to 216 all out from the 60th to the 86th over. There you go. That was the first innings.
You would say that, talking about the first innings for both teams, you would say that there's more, I can't remember as many spin wickets being taken in the first game of the season at Lords. Just on the back foot there, Van Buren, as he was in the first innings when he was bowled. But for Gloucestershire, Van Buren picked up 1 himself in the first innings. Price, with his off-spin, picked up 2. Hammond picked up 2. Gohar picked up 3 in Middlesex's first innings. So, of the 24 wickets that have fallen so far in the game, a third of them have gone to spin.
End of the over, 39 for 5. Yeah, we picked up on this the other day, didn't we? That there's something in it for everybody in this pitch. And first game of the season, that's huge credit to the ground staff. Preparation time helping, obviously. That's one of the banes of the modern day ground staff, is the amount of time they have to prepare pitches.
They do, and you can see on the left of the screen there's 2 cut strips. Middlesex will be playing their next home game against Worcestershire on the right of those 2 pitches there. So the ground staff here, led by Carl McDermott, are working throughout this game to prepare the next pitch that Middlesex are playing on and often during the morning warm-ups and during the lunch break. One of the ground staff is on the roller there. But that's still 4 days away before Middlesex start on that pitch, which is just behind umpire Chantry there at square leg.
Wow.
A little bit of a wow from Kev on the mic there. Morgan is getting this ball going both ways through the air. That ball has gone back, or it's not gone back up the slope, it's straightened on the slope. Taking it away from Price. Price is going to be set up here for the ball to swing back at him. That's been the majority of the deliveries that Morgan has bowled to the right-hander have swung back and nipped back down the slope. So Ollie Price will be setting himself up for that delivery. If Morgan can get it going the other way, it will cause the Gloucestershire batter some problems.
A little bit of width on that one, and Price happily standing up tall and punching.
Yeah, very nicely controlled shot. This touch short and a touch of width there for Morgan. Price more than equal to the task as he punches away off the back foot up the slope towards the grandstand for 4. Morgan back to it there, just outside off stump. Still plenty to keep Middlesex interested there. He saw the hands of wicketkeeper Joe Cracknell above his head, clapping the attempt of Morgan there to swing the ball back past Ollie Price. Still plenty going on. Still 5 overs to the new ball after this as well.
Through for a leg bye.
Yeah, just a bye there. Cracknell disappointed with himself. Did all the hard work, got 2 hands on it, and the ball just escaped through. Morgan just not found his line there to Price as well as he had in the, to the batters in previous overs. Wonder if that 4 in the wickets column is playing on his mind slightly and perhaps trying a bit too hard to make that number 5.
.44 for 5, 75 bowls, so 5 to that second new ball. Remember a bowler of days gone by, mentioning no names, but was apparently always trying to search too hard for the perfect ball. So it was always looking for the absolute dream delivery rather than just letting the process take its own path.
Yeah, definitely a challenge for the modern bowler. I remember sitting at a second team game with a very young Ethan Bamber that Tim Murtagh was playing in, and Bamber asked Tim about what he was trying to do, expecting these amazing pearls of wisdom, and Tim Murtagh just said, I try and make the batter play as many forward defensives as I possibly can. Not bad advice for any young bowler. Nimble footwork there from Sam Robson, and at Silly Point, Middlesex's most experienced batter. Big drive from Ollie Price, full length from Gohar. And that's the rule generally. If you're at Silly Point, you jump, and if you're at short leg, as Ben Geddes is here, just clapping his hands on the right of screen, if you're at short leg, you duck, and if you're at Silly Point, you jump. Robson not quite able to get his feet out of the way, but saved a run. So Zafar's just not quite found his range here. He's not quite found the line and length that he wants to hit. It was touch full to Price to start with. It's just been cut away twice there. Just trying to find that middle ground. That's the one I think he'll want to bowl a few more of. Yeah, after I said it, 2 good follow-up balls there from left-arm spinner for Middlesex. Prompts a field change. Deep cover comes up to save the single.
Forward to the second new ball becoming available. We do get focused on these things, don't we? It's not necessarily going to be taken straight away in the way that Morgan's going. This over might start to tilt the balance one way or another, I guess, for Deploy. If he gets back to a couple of overs ago.
Well, Deploy's already made his choice, and it looks like Navya Sharma's the one who's handed his jumper to the umpire. So bowling change. which would suggest that Morgan's going to be given a couple of overs rest and will follow from the nursery end. Roland Jones, you would assume, is going to take the new ball from the pavilion end, but there is the young Middlesex, the second young Middlesex seamer on display in this game. Navia Sharma, 20 years old, 0 for 26 off from 6 overs so far in this innings. But Middlesex supporters will remember his coming of age spell up at Leicestershire last year in the innings win for the Seaxes in the championship game.
Good start. Right on the spot from Sharma.
Yeah, he's had to wait for his opportunity this morning, the 5th bowler that Middlesex have used. But I'm sure he'll be hoping to follow in the footsteps there of Morgan, whose name's just above him there, 4 for 42 from his 16 overs. But again, impressive economy rates all the way down. Roland Jones 1.53, Morgan 2.63. Higgins at under a run and over. And Zafar at 1.38, the main bowlers for Middlesex today.
What was on that? Cracknell went flying across to try and get a glove to it. Runs it is. It went fine.
It did go fine. Not fine enough for Cracknell to get a glove on it. But Sharma just drifting down the slope there. Van Buren just tucking that away. Running down towards the media centre for 4.
Oh, 50 for 5. 79 more to make Middlesex bat again. Again, it's time really. 30 minutes to lunch. They've got to bat all afternoon as well. And you'd fancy at this run rate a little bit into the evening session.
You were clipped away for Van Buren for 1 there. Bringing Price onto strike. 28 from his 112 balls. A very watchful innings from Price so far. Not too many errors made at all. We saw a similar pattern with Miles Hammond earlier on. Very watchful. And then a slight lapse of concentration saw enough. Middlesex will be hoping to return to that discipline that they showed during that period to earn their next batch of wickets.
You mentioned Sharma's start at Grace Road, and now it's Morgan who, as we saw on that card a moment ago, sits in front of him in this game with the 4 for us. Talked to Rory Coots yesterday afternoon that the difference of going into this season to last. Going into last season, there was probably, we talked about the top 6 batters this game. Probably going into last season, there was definitely 2, but potentially even possibly 3 positions in that top 6 where there was still something of a question mark just floating. But you start this season now thinking, well, it's going to be very difficult for a young batter to break into that top 6. Only real question mark going into this season is, can a very promising group of young bowlers, can enough of them across the season make a regular enough contribution to the first team? Well, we saw Sharma at Grace Road and now Morgan here. It bodes well, because you can imagine that Noah Cornwell and obviously old man Tom Helm banging the door down amongst others. Brooks as well.
Yeah, and I think the way the schedule is mapped out for this summer, all of the bowlers are going to have to step up at some point. Middlesex got 3 games with a week off and then a further 3 games in this first block of 6. Obviously they're moving to the T20s, 2 championship games wedged into the middle of the T20 block. And then a run of 6 games in 6 weeks at the end of the season. So you can see that all of those teams, you mentioned, will have to play a part in that season. Middlesex certainly can't just rely on Roland Jones every week, and all of that bowling group will have to step up. Middlesex have left that fielder back there at deep cover. That's Seb Morgan, who's just picked up that and thrown it in to keep a Cracknell. But for Van Buren, they're happy to leave that back and entice him into that cut shot, back foot punch shot that saw his downfall in innings 1. Yeah. 152 for 5 Gloucestershire now. 2 overs till that second new ball. Just going back to that schedule, obviously the 2 games in the middle of the season, Middlesex are playing both of those away, and that means that they have 4 games at home in this first block of 6, just because of the volume of cricket that is played at Lords, and Middlesex not able to use Merchant Taylors for a 4-day game during the school term time. So the way the schedule has worked means that Middlesex have a lot of home games at the start, and then a big period in the middle where there's no Lords appearances for a while. A long gap between home championship games after the first round of games to the end of August at Merchant Taylors.
I'll throw the floor to you again in a moment, but in terms of anything you want to say about the schedule, but in terms of, I have to admit, it's only just struck me, 6 games in 6 weeks to finish the season for the championship. It's quite the finale, that. Possibly not a bad thing, actually, because they don't want them blocked off wholly. You know, it's a nice run at the start of the season, but I guess in years gone by you kind of play almost 6-7 at the start of the season, and you feel like, well, 7 games, half the championship's done, and it's not even the end of May. But that finale is going to be quite the focus, isn't it? 6 games, 6 weeks. I don't know, from a spectator sitting on the sidelines looking at it, it feels as though there'll be a little bit more integrity about that end of that season, where it's all into that 6 weeks and right, everything to play for, here we go. Actually, there's quite a nice feel to that from a side. I wouldn't suggest the same from the players or the coaches, but
yeah, and I think there's a lot of schedule bits there to unpick, but I think the first is that's why 10 and 8 work as 2 divisions in terms of the split of teams. Just back up the ground there for Van Buren to mid on. If it were 9 and 9, then there would be a team having a week off, so you wouldn't get the finale that you talk about. And in that final 6 weeks, every team is playing every week, which will be a great spectacle for the county game. There is a slightly bigger gap between the penultimate game and the last game, and that is because of the one-day cup final, which is being played over that weekend. But it is pretty much 6 games in 6 weeks, which, as I said, will draw a great amount of attention to hopefully a Division 1 with a championship-winning battle and potentially a relegation battle, and then hopefully a promotion kind of battle in Division 2. Should draw a lot of eyes towards some really, really good cricket played in September.
I mean, let's hope it's tight. Let's hope it's all to play for. And well, obviously Middlesex clearly having won Division 2 by that point, but I mean, in all seriousness, from a spectator's point of view, that relegation, Division 1, top of Division 2, could be a heck of a finale, that.
Yes, it really could. And lots to play for in Division 2. Say 25% of the teams get promoted every year. So you hope that coming towards that end of the season that there is plenty to play for a number of counties. And obviously 2 out of the 10 go down from Division 1 as well. So lots of movement in the county game and lots of excitement. And as we've seen here, lots of very good cricket played. We shouldn't ever underestimate the standard of the county game.
No, that's something else we touched on in the first 2 days, that as much as the first innings score is a delight for Middlesex, they were really made to work for it. Gloucestershire, an impressive quartet of bowlers in this game. Fraction low. I don't think he got himself into the best position there, Van Buren, but I think he prefers it off the back foot.
Yeah, we were talking about this in innings 1, weren't we? That the shorter batters generally slightly more comfortable off the back foot. You generally get their feet working down the pitch as much, and Van Buren is certainly in that category. And this might be the last over we see the left arm spinner bowl here. New ball is due at the end of this over. Zafar, they will see this as an opportunity if he can take a wicket, convince the captain to delay that second new ball, or give him a go with it, as we saw in innings 1.
Let's go back to that schedule. The other angle that I was going to go at it, there was 6 at the start, 6 at the end, 2 in the middle. You have to be careful not to be formulaic with your plans, because you could almost fall into that you look at it and think, well, okay, because it's not going to be the same 11, particularly bowling and seam bowling. It's not going to be the same 4 that are put out week upon week, but you have to think on your toes, don't you, of how you go about it. But you could almost fall into that trap at the start of the season and look at certain games, certain fixtures.
Yeah, and I think that whole piece links very closely to the planning of your overseas players. It's very rare now that you're going to get an overseas player for all summer, but block of 6 games at the end means that a county could, in the mix for for a title or a promotion or even fighting relegation from Division 1, could invest some money in an overseas spinner for the last 6 weeks on the dry pitches. You've obviously got the 2 games in the middle there where, as I said, Middlesex will be away from home, so won't have any control over the surfaces they play on. And that's a factor to consider when planning your squad.
Is there a cut-off point for signing an overseas now for the final month of the season?
There is a regulation around registration. Surrey got around it slightly last year by signing an overseas player and having them here 2 games before they were used.
That's the end of the 80th. 152 for 5. All eyes on the umpires right now. We can see Toby's taking his cap off, so we don't need to focus too much on the umpires because the ball will appear soon enough. In fact, there it is, Luke Holman. Let's just run it out.
Yeah, no surprises at all that Middlesex choosing to take that second new ball, even despite the movement that Morgan was getting with that 70 overall ball. You could see on the camera and the images that we had that Middlesex had looked after it pretty well. Ben Debenham there just letting everybody know that Middlesex have taken the new ball.
He was holding it up to the camera, wasn't he? I think that was umpire Chantry. He's just let him know. They have taken it.
It's about 16, 17 minutes or so till lunch. So Middlesex will probably have the best part of 4 overs here with this new ball. And then obviously it will be very new for them to come back out with as well. And that might align to what you were saying, Kev, about whether Higgins opens the bowling with it. I know Captain Duploy has tried to split his slightly more junior and senior bowlers throughout the game, but may see this as just as a short window to bowl your 2 experienced bowlers with the new ball. Lots of choices for the Middlesex captain.
Oh, edge straight away, but all along the floor. Fingertips on it from Gully, I think it was. Three taken. Yeah, the old adage, you always start a session with your best 2 bowlers. We were talking about it next door, McGrath and Warne. It was the Australian thing, wasn't it? But clearly in this match, it's been a clever ploy to split Roland Jones and Higgins with the 2 youngsters, but I do just wonder whether a 4-over burst from the pair of them here would be worthwhile. Run away nicely again, just angling the bat. They'll pick up a couple. And it's almost a case of what would Van Buren and Price like the least right now, who would they least like to face, but then the way that Morgan and Sharma have bowled, they've very much played their part.
Yeah, assuming that it is going to be 4 overs, you would assume that Middlesex's tactic here will be, they want Gloucestershire playing at as many of these balls as possible, and that's where it does line up with Higgins. Higgins doesn't really miss. He'll be quite fresh because he bowled a spell earlier on and has had the longest break of all of the bowlers, so it may align to him taking that mantle.
Reflection in the media centre window on the left of your screen there. Angle bat, soft hands, head over the ball in position. Gives yourself every chance, and it gives Price 4 runs.
There's 9 runs through that 3rd man region with this new ball so far. It often does come off the surface and the back quicker. That one not carrying to the slips and dissecting the 2nd slip of Robson, and Gully Higgins races away for 4 runs.
On the other side of Gully, Higgins can't cut it off there either. They'll get a single on this occasion, go higher at backward point. 10 off it. 162 for 5, but as such, the ball was in the right area for Roland Jones all the way. Higgins it is. I think this is the right call. Again, it's an easy game from up here, isn't it? But it just made a lot of sense for it to be Higgins to take this. Whether he starts again after lunch, I think you can argue it many ways, but I think right now, very, very good decision by Deploy.
Well, it would certainly be a good decision if Higgins is able to use this new ball and pick up either Price or Van Buren. Middlesex will be wanting one more wicket to take with them to lunch. As I said, likely to have 3 more overs here. 2 from Higgins' end and 1 from Roland Jones's. So quite a big 18 balls in the passage of play that we've seen this morning.
There's an off-air debate which we can just about share. Apparently the colour of my cup of tea at the moment is, well, it's not far off the colour of that cup. It's alarming, Alan Coleman.
It's like you've waved a tea bag near it.
Oh, lovely from Higgins. Lovely.
Price has been incredibly disciplined here through this morning session. Barely put a foot wrong. 14 or so balls to navigate for this pair to take them through to lunch. Middlesex hoping for a lapse in concentration.
Nice again on the spot.
Higgins might have, you saw on screen there, umpire Chantry checking the ball. Higgins with a, I would say a big left boot, but I don't think he's got massive feet there. Maybe a little spike mark in the ball. There is obviously a spare in the box of spares, or the bag of spares as it is now, that is pretty new. Only would have had a couple of balls bowled with it, and it's put in there just for that eventuality, in case that new ball gets hit out the ground very early on. Thick inside edge there from Van Buren, down to fine leg. Bengueda's doing the fielding. Still plenty here for Middlesex to be excited about. It's followed that pattern that you spoke about, Kev, isn't it? That flurry of wickets and then a calmer period and a flurry of wickets. We've seen that run throughout the game. Morgan obviously getting his 2 wickets this morning inside 2 balls.
That period about 10, maybe 15 years ago, and all the April fixtures, it was when we really started playing a lot of games. April 5th starting the season, and, games are over quickly. there weren't the big runs, there weren't lots of centuries, and batters would come off and do the evening interview and say, well, there was a ball with your name on it, so we just thought we had to go after it. Edged, but short of gully. Like the Kookaburra rounds early season in the last couple of years, I think put pay to that a little bit as well. But overall, it's not something you see or hear as much as you did when fixtures first went so early into April and we were playing so much of the championship season in April and May. It was offered by a few ex-players, I think, saying it's a bit of a soft way out for a batter to just say there's a ball with a name on it and we were going after it, where really you should be trying to dig in and bat long.
Drive from Price. Up the slope, sliding stop from Zafar Gohar there. 2 runs to Gloucestershire. And another shot that Middlesex won't be too unhappy to see.
But yeah, it doesn't feel like we have as many of those shootouts in April or May that we used to have.
Yeah, we touched on it earlier on, didn't we? There did seem to be a pattern of games at Lords around the COVID time that seemed to be sort of 200 played 200, played 200, played 150. Certainly not the case on these pitches now.
Oh, dabble.
Held its line on the slope, this one from Roland Jones. Just a slight bit of nip away. Ollie Price followed it with his hands. Long way away from his body there, you can see there. But not enough to induce the edge.
But yeah, this match, these 2 innings from Gloucestershire, but Middlesex as well. Although Middlesex has played at a slightly greater tempo, their innings. But the Gloucestershire innings just show you can dig in still, even at this time of year. Oh, that hooped. Got a Yorker like that early last season, booming in swing.
A bit of a 3-card trick there from the experienced Roland Jones. Previous ball nipping up the slope. This one, big booming in swinger. Trying to lure Price out with his head outside the off stump, but that ball going a long way down the leg side. 165 for 5.
He's found a couple of inside edges in this match, hasn't he, Roland Jones? But that's the first one really noted to see that kind of in-swing that we saw from him last year. It was massively a huge part of his game, was it? It used to be just a fraction short of a length, hit the surface hard, nip it up that slope. Certainly come more into his game, it feels, in the last couple of years, the swing.
He's just an experienced bowler with a bag of tricks that he's working his way through, knowing at the start has hit the pitch, hit the seam, hit the splice of the bat hard and nipped the ball both ways. Obviously his craft has developed over a number of years.
Oh, that's a lovely ball. Absolute jaffa from Higgins. It's the perfect delivery as such. Hitting the top of off, just away from the right-hander slightly. But he did everything right, Higgins, on that one.
That he did. That is a wicket for Ryan Higgins, a wicket for Middlesex, and a wicket for Kevin Hand in the commentary box, who wanted Higgins to take the new ball, and this is exactly why. Straight delivery, just holding its line down the slope, clipping off stump. And a big celebration from De Caires at first slip there. As Middlesex take their 6th. And a beauty from Ryan Higgins to see off Van Buren.
Yeah, that was lovely, wasn't it? And there you go. Very nearly the top. As close as you can get without taking the top itself. A beaut from Higgins. 1 for 11 and 1 65 for 6. Well, they'll dine even happier now with that breakthrough with the new ball. 6 down in this innings, 4 more, still 65 away, 64 away from making Middlesex bad again. Price going nicely, 142 deliveries. Miles comes out, and this is what he's going to be facing.
Yes, you can bet that Higgins is going to be targeting those stumps again for Miles. But that one nips down the slope to Van Buren. Seen so many times from that nursery end. Batter feels that ball's going to come at them, and it's just nipped away, beaten his outside edge.
Higgins will know his man as well to probe away on that length. As we said, Van Buren doesn't like the big stride forward, does he? And similarly, we noted that in the first innings from Miles with the bowling, that pavilion ends, that he shows the bowlers a lot of the stumps. And well, Higgins 4 more balls in this over, and then I'll get 1 more before lunch.
It looked touch and go. It looked like if there hadn't have been a wicket that we might have seen a 5th over before lunch with this new ball, but not going to be the case now. We'll get through these 4 and I'm pretty sure we'll see another one from Roland Jones. That wicket just holding up play a little bit, obviously. Gloucestershire there, 64 behind still, having to make Middlesex bat again. That over 8 still in the green for Middlesex. It's in the red at the moment for Gloucestershire.
This is a real test now for Price, and again Higgins will know his man. Just about to say I want to be 2/3 up that off stump at the moment, only never mind top of.
No, a lot on Ollie Price's shoulders here at the non-striker's end. We saw, I think it was Van Buren with the lower order batters in innings 1, wasn't it, trying to take some of the strike away from the lower order of Gloucestershire. You would think that a lot of this now revolves around Price soaking up as many of these balls as he can.
A bit of wobble through the air on that one.
One just nipping back there from Higgins. Shown a few in this over that have gone away. But as you'll see on the replay here, this one just nipping back up the slope a fraction. There it is to Miles, who dealt with it very, very well. The tall number 8 for Gloucestershire. But a big 6 balls here from Roland Jones. Clock is just ticking very close now to 1 o'clock, so this will be the last over. And I just wonder here if, as that clock ticks very, very closely to 1 o'clock, umpires are in position, so the over will definitely start. And Roland Jones has just posted a deep point and a deep square leg here, so happy to give Price the single.
No run. Holden comes around. Yeah, I was thinking that at the end of the last over. I'm sure Roland Jones would love to try and have a go at that off stump of Miles before the break.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to call that a sort of turning down the single, but there would, you know, if that's 2 top order batters, you think they're sprinting through for 1 there. Wasn't a clear-cut hit to the boundary and stand still, but there was definitely a single there. So Price showing his intention to try and face the majority of this Roland Jones over, I would assume.
Turn down the single on that one. So he'll get his look at Miles. Clever from Roland Jones.
Just see, you could see in the previous shot there, first slipped the cares and Cracknell picked up the helmet, just wondering if Roland Jones wanted a short leg in this period for the lower order batter Miles. Roland Jones pretty content with the 2 slips in the gully that you can see on your screen there. Point cover mid-off. Seb Morgan just trotting in from the boundary to occupy the gap between square leg and mid-wicket.
So nicely for that one. Just a couple of question marks about that front foot of Miles in the first innings, but so far so good in the second.
Just have a look here at Miles' setup. That white line straddling. He's straddling the white line with both feet there. Pretty traditional position. Trying to navigate Roland Jones' movement off the pitch. So 2 balls left before the lunch break. Where are you going with these, Kev? If you're Roland Jones, he's just bowled a short one. It wasn't called as one over shoulder height, so he's still got one. What's your 2 ball plan here?
Not missing the top of off stump on either of them.
In swinger or away swinger?
Both. In separate deliveries, not at the same time. Even Roland Jones can't do that. There's the in-dipper. I think you had to go with that one now, and now it's in the batter's mind, isn't it? Or the next one becoming clattering. He's got so many to go back through the gate. We've seen it quite a lot in this game, the inside edge and play a lot onto the stumps. To get it to nip back in again. Just started too wide on that one though, and that is lunch. 166 for 6, and well, what are we now, 10 sessions into the match, and Middlesex will feel they've won all 10.
Yeah, we spoke about this right at the start of that session, and another session that Middlesex will chalk up on their board as a home win. This morning 46 for 3 in this morning session. Middlesex outstanding performance led by Seb Morgan there, who's now picked up 4 wickets in this innings.
Alan Coleman, thanks very much. It's Middlesex's job now to see the game over the line. Gloucestershire is still fighting hard though, but the second new ball making the breakthrough in this follow-on. 166 for 6 at lunch. Join us back on the live stream in association with Daffabet in just under 40 minutes.
Action.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All really welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Tap, ball,
Catch,
throw.
try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Live stream from Middlesex, live at Lords in association with Zafabet. And the home side looking good in the opening fixture of the season, the County Championship. Gloucestershire forced to follow on, 166 for 6, still 63 runs away from making Middlesex bad again. This man has the last one to go, picking up Van Buren, bold, top of off, beautiful delivery. And he's given the new ball again at the nursery end. Oh, goodness me, so close. Keeper standing up, so we won't get an idea from behind of just how close that was, but from front on we could see that it was almost unthinkable that the bails weren't going to be removed as that came back. Going right up there, looking to blast those pads off, but blasting away through the onside. It'll be the first runs after lunch. Just about bat and pad together. Let's have a look at that one. It's a price, see how close it was. Might well have been over the top. Third slip pretty tight in now, almost a fourth slip. Been a gully, but there's no bat involved in that one, and that means that Miles has to go, and Higgins has a second with the new ball. As soon as there was no bat involved in that one, the lines looked right. There it is, middle and leg. You can get a long way forwards. And it didn't really take long for that finger to go up. Miles departs for a duck. Higgins has his second of this follow-on, 2 for 14, and Gloucestershire 169 for 7.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365, amplifying brands in the UK.
So Price still there, Higgins nearly had him. The one that nipped back up the slope, he beats the inside edge of Miles. Now Taylor, Williams and Bell have to support Price somehow. Have to get to team minimum. Probably half an hour or so into that evening session at least to save this one, you'd have thought. Wickets and consecutive overs for Higgins with the second new ball. Have a look at them now. One goes away down the slope, takes the outside of off, and then this one comes back up the slope and would have taken at very least leg, but a little bit of middle as well. 169 for 7. And Roland Jones to bowl from the pavilion end of Middlesex, looking to finish this off with their main 2. With the new ball, they kept them separated up until now, just to support the 2 youngsters completing the quartet of seamers in the game. It's pretty much, well, you think Roland Jones will just leave it now. Rinse and repeat. One to nip away, one to nip back in. Just keep challenging the 2 edges of Price's forward defence. There again, 2 challenging the inside edge, looking to come back down the slope. The outside edge in play, well defended. Higgins at gully. Go 4 on the spot. Just need to make it inescapable now for Gloucestershire, just like that. Just keep hitting that off stump, make them defend. Equally, I'm sure Higgins will be hoping that he'll have Taylor on strike for the start of the next over. Square setback and deep point setback as well. I wonder will they come up for the end of the over now. Keep Taylor on strike. Not allow Price the single. Not that he'll be farming the strike at this stage with 3 wickets standing and a session and a bit to save the game. It's probably going to have to be a session and a half from here really. Only 60 ahead. Maiden for Roland Jones to start after lunch. 1 for 37 he has after 19. 169 for 7. Gloucestershire. Will they make Middlesex bat again? 60 behind. Taylor can play his shots, but now's probably not the time for it. What's he got? Ice cream? Alan Coleman on the left, who was up with us this morning speaking to Peter Fulton, the head coach, director of cricket, in conversation. Bowling coach. Tom Helm. Conversation with Tim Mercer, former bowling partners, now bowling coach and senior bowler. Rory Coots, who was our guest yesterday at the afternoon session, in Salisbury guests afternoon session of day 2. Committee room, familiar figure Eric at Middlesex in the middle of the shot. Lovely. No room for error for Gloucestershire now. Middlesex not giving them an inch. Oh, that's popped. Onto the splice. Pop nicely into the hand of a forward short leg. Short legs in place now. Couple of slips in the gully as well. And a leave outside off. 88 bowls, 8 with the second new ball. 169 for 7. Right, elsewhere, Yorkshire 21 without loss in their second innings, requiring another 274 more to win. You couldn't rule that out. 120 in the afternoon session, where they come back and go for 150 after tea if they've got wickets in hand. You'd have thought so. Leicestershire are 237 runs behind with only 2 wickets standing in their second innings. So Sussex closing on the victory at Grace Road. Nottinghamshire need 417 to win. Somerset have declared on 407 for 5 at Taunton. That's a lovely shot. Fancy footwork from Gohar as well. Price picks up a couple. Surrey 290 for 3. They lead Warwickshire by 74, so we need to mind their work there at Edgbaston. Smith has 96, Lawrence 81. Look at Division 2 at the end of this over. Solid defence on that one. Oh, off stump was in play there. Taylor gets an edge on it. He'll get a boundary, but Roland Jones very nearly got another wicket. Would have been slightly heart-in-mouth moment that for Taylor. Quite line that one up. His feet not quite moving at the moment for Taylor, which will keep Roland Jones very interested. He's just sending back mid-wicket, which will give Taylor the single end of the over should he wish to take it. Keep him on strike for Higgins. Slip in place for Taylor, as well as the slip in the gully. And a bumper. 176 for 7. .53 they trail by now, so certainly a chance Middlesex. Or certainly their openers in the number 3 will have to pad up one more time in this game. I'm sure Robson and De Carey's dearly love them to get it wrapped up. Not much glory to come out and hit 7 or 8 runs to win it, but obviously you can get out in that time as well, so not much to be won for the openers, but a low score to be lost. ...18 overs, 14 runs. And that goes through, and Price is done, and Gloucestershire are on the rack now. It's been that kind of game, nipping in, nipping away. Another one to go back through the gate. Up the hill from Higgins. Maybe a little inside tickle on it, maybe not. But a fair old gate. Price, as the off stump clattered, might have just taken a little bit of middle as well. Back he goes for 44. 176 for 8.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
So Williams and then Bell to come. What does Taylor do? With only 2 wickets standing, does he try and thump something of a cameo here? It'd have to be quite the cameo though. I often say you at least have 100 to bowl at. You've just got something to get your teeth into as a side, but from here still 53 behind. It's a case of having to bat the afternoon session. And maybe you've got 100 to bowl out after tea, but it should be Middlesex's game one way or another from here, be it a swift death for this innings or a long wait for Middlesex. They'd be very disappointed if they weren't wrapping it up from this position. Higgins has 3 for 14 in his 19th over. So Roland Jones with the 5 for in the first innings, 4 for Morgan in this innings. What more can Higgins snare before the game is done? 2 slips in a gully, short leg, and Holden's being dragged across from the offside now. 5-4 Fields. He'll be a short mid wicket. Holden. Get is under the lid at short leg. Deep backward square, I assume, for the bumper. Just to remind Williams that it can be dropped in, but this man's targeting the stumps at the moment. Oh, a little bit of width. Williams liked it. Covers on offer. Offered up outside off those slips in place and the gully. Just went away down the slope. And you can see the covers on offer. There's a wide mid off, but that's it. Once you've gone past point. Plunging defence from Williams. That's his job now. Ian Bell actually kept Middlesex waiting a little while in that first innings. When it was 9 down just before lunch yesterday. Extra half hour taken. Or the elongation of the morning session by half an hour. Middlesex didn't pick up the final wickets. They had to come back out after lunch to wrap up the first innings and then enforce the follow-on. Not sure that Higgins has conceded a run since taking the new ball. Might have had one. Clipped through the onside. This is his 5th over with the new ball. Five wickets, 2 maidens. Wait, hold on, wrong way around. 2 wickets, 5 maidens for Higgins since taking the new ball. And Gloucestershire 176 for 8. Pretty reading if you're a Middlesex fan, a little bit more grisly if you're a Gloucestershire supporter, but again, doesn't quite fully tell the tale of the match, particularly those first innings scores. 4-4-5, Middlesex definitely overachieved. Gloucestershire winning the toss, bowling, but not holding their catches. Deployed. Cracknell really making Gloucestershire pay, and that was the difference really between the two first innings. The drops and then the Deploy and Cracknell partnership, particularly the speed of the start of that partnership between them. Cracknell falling marginally short of a century, which would have been well deserved. That was a good leave. But there are only two types of leaves, good ones and bad ones. Single taken. Angled in from Roland Jones. See if you leave that one alone. One off the over, 177 for 8. To Higgins again. You would imagine you'd have to wrestle the ball out of their hands at the moment. These are tail end wickets, new ball in hand. A couple more for the season tally already. Jones has 6 in the match. They're knocking on the door. Yeah, Roland Jones 6 in the match. 4 for Morgan, none in the first innings. Higgins with his first 3 wickets of the season in the second dig. Lovely shot. Point and cover giving chase. Just pushing it there on the off stump at the moment. They're plunging forward in defence, these two. No deep square at the moment, but you do wonder whether it's worth dropping one in for Higgins to try and push them back. There you go. Yeah, they're going to plod forward as best they can at the moment. 2 off the over from Higgins, 179 for 8. Didn't get a chance to have a look at those other Division 2 scores with the wicket falling. Worcestershire 176 for 4. They trailed Derbyshire by 137 runs with 6 wickets remaining in their second innings at Derby, Worcestershire. And Derbyshire coming up soon for Middlesex. Kent require 355 to win. They're a 22 for 1 at Durham. That could brew nicely. Compton's the man gone. Crawley and North East together. North East, who started the season here a couple of seasons ago with a triple century. Gloucestershire 179 for 8. They trail Middlesex. Yes, I did it. I read the game that I'm at. And Northamptonshire 110 for 6. They require 211 to beat Lancashire at Wantage Road. So the Lankies closing in. And Durham-Kent game could be fun, especially if Crawley stays around all day. Gloucestershire with a bit of work to do against Derbyshire. No major advances in the Division 1 game. Sussex have wrapped up that win that they were close to at Grace Road. 2-2-2 the winning margin. Yorkshire made a strong start, 52 without loss at Glamorgan after 10 overs. They require 243 more, so plenty to keep an eye on around the country, but still to be wrapped up here. 50 more runs to make Middlesex bad again. They've got 2 wickets standing, Gloucestershire. We said they might have to drop a few short to stop them sitting on the back foot. They didn't particularly get up. On the back foot. Well, off the back foot. Do wonder whether Elias Deploy might offer it to the youngsters now and say just put it up a bit more rather than asking Roland Jones to bend his back this early in the season. And there you go, a little nudge from Deploy. That may well be the end for Roland Jones' spell. He won't be able to jet off anywhere after this one though. It's straight back into action on Friday here at Lord's. Oh, look at 3 of them on the go. North, east, south. Alicante to Stansted. Frankfurt to Heathrow. And Heathrow to the Isle of Man. Really? At that altitude, those? No, it can't be right. I reckon you're giving me duff information there, producer Dan. One of those is looking like a... where's it coming in? Yeah, we've got one coming in from the west and one going out to the west, so... across the Atlantic, those two. Oh, another bumper. Might just make it. A long chase for Holden. .47 more to make Middlesex bad again. Top of the Warner there in the sun. Cracknell stands up. Higgins drops short. .94 bowls, 182 for 8. Well, 1 for 46, Roland Jones. But it's the 4 for man that comes on, Seb Morgan. 4 for 42 from his 16 for maidens. Two slips gully and a short leg. Mid on and mid wicket tucked tightly together on that onside. Holden and Deploy swapping places at mid-off and mid-wicket, so Deploy can be next to the young bowler. Wraps the pads, but slipping down the slope. Slides down. Just getting his radar going again after lunch. Wonder what it was today. Beef on Sunday, lamb on Saturday. Is it chicken on Friday they said they had? And ice cream every day. It's only 7 balls now for Taylor, 16 for Williams. It's mainly been the story of this innings for Gloucestershire, the number of balls faced. Trying to slow Middlesex's advance. One of these desperate times now, just 2 deliveries away from this match ending. Sends second slip to leg slip now. Sam Robson's just shuffled across. Straight back onto the off stump. 5th maiden for Morgan, for 42 from his 17. There you go. Slower innings for Sharma, number 31 from 8. Look at that from Morgan though, 4 for 42, the pick of the bowling, but Higgins, 11 maidens in 21, 3 for 18. He's done for now though. It's going to be Zafar, number 34 from his 26 to return. Left arm spin, Zafar Gohar, former Gloucestershire bowler and Pakistan international. Nice start from Gohar, that's where he'll want to leave it. Middlesex will hope he can wrap this up quickly with his slow left arm. Better again. Finds the edge on the third, just short. Chance to rock back, and that's a nice shot. Punched away. De Carey's giving chase. In fact, my apologies. Is it De Carey's? No, it's Geddes, is it? I don't know who that was. Gonna have to keep a closer eye on the replay. Who's that chasing? Lewis on the left. Maybe it's Sharma. Dots finish. Cohar's first over after lunch. 186 for 8. Had 6 overs this morning, Gohar with the old ball. Just fine with the leg slip. Oh, close. Oh, he got a good chunk of it. Can you really put that down as a drop when he's gone that far? Fine effort from De Carey's. He rings out his right hand. The stumps again. Really was getting that old ball to move earlier this morning, Morgan. 42 more. Middlesex have to bat again. Taylor and Williams making them wait. Another one sliding down the leg side. Only 7 for 8. Sunny Easter Monday and a good sprinkling in here at Lord's. Good effort from those that have come in. It was a game that could have gone quickly this morning. Could still go quickly this afternoon, but Gloucestershire fighting as hard as they can, as they have done throughout. I wouldn't particularly know that if you just looked at the scorecard of this one. Where else would you want to be on an Easter Monday? Where would you want to be on any given Monday? Not quite the Sunday scaries, knowing you've got to go to Lord's on Monday, is it? How long the lower order can resist Gohar. Not quite sure a moon ball's in order, but really toss one right up there. See if they can resist. Taylor renowned for pulling out the shots. Oh, Middlesex surrounding the bat. That might encourage him to try and hit one or two away from around the bat. I like this. Good move. Oh! Going to roll backwards. I think Taylor was worried as well. .98 bowled, 187 for 8. And the follow on here, Gloucestershire. Two more. Let's make Sam Robson and Josh DeCary's put those pads on, head out to the middle again. Of course, Gloucestershire in this game are -2 on their over 8, so they could come out of the game with -1 if they don't get back out there. Another reason to dig in and hope they can get a few overs at Middlesex. Oh, just in front. Has he? No. Morgan was late on the appeal. But they don't like it, but Morgan didn't look that interested. Umpire Debenham. He's not interested at all. Yeah, just a bit of the leg. Single off the over, 188 for 8. Max Holden is having a helmet run out to him. Another one around the back. I feel that is the way for Gohar. So, Middlesex lining it all up. Meticulous in the planning of it all. Short leg, silly point, silly mid off, slip, short mid on, wide enough to be out of shot there, Roland Jones. Single off the over again. 189 for 8. 40 more to make Middlesex bad again. Still haven't spotted an Easter egg at Lord's. Overs, or 20 overs on it, into its 21st over now. The second new ball. He really was getting that first one to fizz from the Pavilion M Morgan. Bit of fizz in that. Taylor swaying inside. Known for this stroke play, shot making. But 8 from 40 for Taylor at the moment, being kept quiet. As much by the match situation, but Middlesex persevering. Finds the single before the over's out. One to come for Williams to face. And Taylor will take on Gohar again. 38 more to make Middlesex bad again now. .36 now to make Middlesex bad again. 51 remaining today. Coffee o'clock. Starting to feel that way a little bit because Gloucestershire are making Middlesex wait for this, making them work. It'll make it a slow burner. A little early to embroider the Middlesex Division 2 2026 champions tea towel just yet. But a solid start to the season at the moment. They've still got to find 2 wickets to seal the deal. Squirts away for a single, so Williams will have 4 balls now to face Gohar. We've seen a few chop-ons in this match. Chop down on that one, but not on. That's a lovely ball. First one in a while to really get Gohar going. A few more of those would be nice. Another one done. Gloucestershire's dig-in continues. Now, since lunch now. Hour and 10 minutes. They've only got 47 minutes until tea. Time for Navya Sharma. Try and shake things up at the pavilion end, replacing Morgan. 4 for 48, no 5 for yet for him. He's been given a go, but it's over to Sharma. Only the 8 overs in this innings, so I do think, as much as anything, it was high time to give Sharma another go, as opposed to Morgan needing a rest. Sighter outside off. A couple of slips in the short leg gully there as well. Durham up next for Gloucestershire at Bristol, starting on Friday. 6 games in 7 weeks to start the season, 6 in 6 to end it, and then the 2 in the middle of the summer. Yorker attempted. Huffing and puffing Middlesex, angling in towards that off-stump Sharma. Throw a ball bouncer. It's through to the keeper. Ball to end, 194 for 8. What has Gohar got to do to get past this defence? 47 balls now for Williams. Something like that'll help. But no edge involved. Five now to make Middlesex bad again. 194 for 8. That's a glorious shot. Punched hard by Taylor. For a moment, might have had a wide mid-off interested there. That was the artistic shot. Round the wicket from Sharma. Try something different. Oh, I think they were comfortably home, but shy at the non-strikers end from Gohar. From around the wicket. Another one. Trying to rough him up a bit from around the wicket. Two bumpers, one onto the hip. Could he try the Yorker from around the wicket? Try and take the toes off. Will he go short again with the leg slip and the short leg? And they're going to put another one in on the onside. Higgins is moving across. Come across from Gully. Short one it is, 199 for 8.
Where you are? Oh, you went to shade.
34 minutes until tea. He said that they need to bat to about an hour into the evening session was the revision because the run rates never got up. 30 they trail by, so need to knock this off the next 30 minutes, an hour into the evening session. Maybe they'll be far enough ahead to save the draw. Run rate ever slowing though. They desperately try to keep Middlesex out. 631 balls for this 201 for 8. That's good from Gohar. Big chunk of the bat on it, but only just. Came down at a funny angle from Taylor, that one. Squirts away. A couple more to the total. 204 for 8. It's just 25 before Middlesex will have to bat again. Hey, media centre Bob. 37th year here at Lords as a steward. And I thought it was nearly time for me to go and get a proper job. It's a proper job, ground staff. We're pleased with their work for this one. Another edge, but away it goes safely. It's not quite happening for Middlesex at the moment, but Gloucestershire have got their minds set on digging in. 45 overs to find these 2 wickets and knock off whatever runs should they be required. Time still on Middlesex's side, but as it's been since session 1 of the game, Gloucestershire making Middlesex work for it, even though Middlesex have had their noses in front all the way through. over this spell for Sharma. Feels like an agonising wait at the moment for Middlesex, forcing the follow-on. 106 overs. 106 overs. 107 now. Quite contrast to the opening day of the game, gloomy throughout, bad light playing its part. A mix of both on day 2. Yesterday was sunnier again, but still heavy winds. Time for some Josh de Carey's. Gohan on for 45 from his 32. See if the off-break bowler can draw an error. Nice start. Just try and push it through a little bit quicker and force Taylor to play on the front foot. The line and length were pretty good. Sweeper out's just the single. Shuts the door again, but only just in time. Oh, it's lovely that. No. Oh, he has given him. Well, Williams waited for it. De Carey's was pretty sure. It looked like a exuberant appeal, but I wasn't sure that they were wholly convinced. Let's see if we can see a little tickle on it. Just goes down the slope from him for sure. And well, what did it take? I reckon the bottom of the bat has definitely hit the pad. Or was it one of those that took everything on the way through? Either way, Cracknell with the catch. De Carey's the wicket. Good change by Leas Deploy. 206 for 9.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Pat on the back for Tom Helm. Clearly the off-spin advice that he'd been given to Josh De Carey's in the winter has paid off. Let's have a look. Angling in. Keeps going. It looks as though it deflects. Maybe it's the back pad it deflects off. I've just clipped the back pad on the way through, you know. But I think it hit the back pad outside the line of off, so even though you could arguably have been out LBW as well. On the scoreboard it remains down as caught, but was he outside the line of off for the LBW? To 6 for 9. Bell joins Taylor. Good on the spot from De Carey's, well kept out. And that is the end of the over. 206 for 9. And this is why. Now let's have a look. There's clearly a deflection there. It's just disappeared behind the bat at that point. So actually I'd say that probably is in line. You look at the back pad, so even if it wasn't, well, was it hitting in line? Did it take bat and pad on the way through? You can see the deviation just there. 206 for 9. Sharma to Taylor. The bumper. Still got 3 more balls this over against Bell, the number 11. Certainly showed in the first innings that he was capable of holding up an end. Batted for 27 deliveries, 38 minutes, 27 deliveries for his 11 in the first innings. And He got away a few nice shots, probably none better than that. It was Sharma who picked him up, caught Geddes for 11. Luke Holman on as a sub. Going to retrieve that ball. Nicely bowled and nicely played. Single to end the over. 212 for 9. 17 more for Middlesex to bat again. Carries the breakthrough. Can he finish it off? Deploys at mid-off. He's just signalling something to deep mid-wicket. Just the positioning, I think. 110 bowled, 30 on this second new ball. 212 for 9 and 17 more for Gloucestershire to make Middlesex bat again. Change of ends for Gohar, and Zafar Gohar will bowl his left arm spin from the pavilion end now. Sending it up the slope. Different equation for the batters to think of as well. That ball could just slide on or spin up the slope from Gohar. Gohar liked that Taylor backed up for that one. They've taken a couple more to come at the over. Inside edge, so close. They get in there, but not quite yet. He's going to open himself up too far there, but not so. 23 for Taylor, 2:14 for 9 Gloucestershire. Look at those other scores elsewhere. Has any game particularly kicked into life? Yorkshire 121 for 1. They need another 174 to win at Glamorgan. Sussex have won by 222 runs at Grace Road. Nottinghamshire required 340 more to beat Somerset at Taunton. They're 77 without loss. Surrey 376 for 4 at Warwickshire, leading by 160 in their second innings. Look at Division 2 at the end of this over. Slapped away, but the sweeper's back. So just a single. Bell on to 6, Taylor on to strike. Single off it. 2:15 for 9. 14 more for Middlesex to bat again. So Division 2 scores. Worcestershire 214 for 6 now, trailing Derbyshire by 99 runs. They're hanging on in there. Let's have a look and see what's going on specifically. Brooks has 12, Waite has 19, 52 for Hose, 37 D'Oliveira. 49 at the top for Latigan. Gohar from deploy as they try and work out how to find this final wicket. Seeking an innings victory here. Gloucester, remember, need to get back out to address their over 8. Otherwise it'll be -1 after one round for the visitors. Oh, what a ball that is. And that is the victory by an innings. And it's Gohar against his former county that wraps it up. His 4th of the match. First of the innings. Bell's and Gloucestershire's defiance comes to an end. It's a belter to finish it off. A bit of middle as well, which will disappoint Bell, but for a number 11 against Gohar, turning it up the slope at Lords. It's a pretty good ball, that. Middlesex have their win. It will be -1 for Gloucestershire at the end of the first rounds. It will look like a heavy defeat on paper, and it is in some ways as an innings. They fought hard in this one, and they fought to the last. Made Middlesex work for this final wicket, but a victory by an innings and 14 runs. No real better way to start the season for Middlesex. They similarly will feel that the defiance Gloucestershire put up today could have been an even heavier defeat that they inflicted on the visitors, but overall their performance, from the moment they lost the toss, they got their noses in front, never looked back. Strong performance, a marker laid for the season, you fancy, by a side who started last season slowly. It cost them. The home games come next week, and very much think about trying to go 2 from 2 to put a strong foot on the start of this season. Smiles around, it's deploy at the front. The match you'd imagine for the century in the first innings, a big one. Which really set the tone. 5 for Roland Jones. Seth Morgan in the middle of the crowd there with 4 in the second innings. So putting in a star display. A bit from everybody really in this one, which will please Middlesex greatly. Joe Cracknell as well, the keeper, with a strong performance. Under his arm there. He richly deserved a century in that Middlesex innings, falling just short. But smiles all round, and it is Deploy to lead them off. Roland Jones with his 5 for just after. Middlesex, a very happy team as they head off on this final day with the victory under their belt. Shake of the hands. Shake of the hands for Gloucestershire, who meet them at the top of the steps. And again played in good spirits and fiercely fought as well. As I say, the scorecard as you look at it there, but also as you flick through it, might not quite suggest that, but if you have a look at it throughout, that's how it was. Right, join us back on Friday, a 22-point return for Middlesex. It's Worcestershire next up. We'll be back with the live stream from Duffabet on Friday morning. Do join us for that one if you can. Stay across socials. In the meantime, across both the counties, I'm sure, for all the reaction and all the preview material coming up for the next one as well. But congratulations to Middlesex. They win by an innings and 14 runs. Good luck to Gloucestershire until we see them again later in the season. But for myself, Kevin Hand, and the stream team here at Lords, in association with Duffabet, it's a very good day to you all.
Action.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That, ball,
Catch.
throw.
Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.